All right, about 2 minutes and we'll get started here. Good evening, everybody. I'll be with you in just a moment. All right, and let's get the music turned down here and get into the right scene. There we go. And welcome everybody to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live tonight in the verse. Currently, I'm at my home base, and we're going to be transporting some stuff back to Pyro, where we're going to do a lot of mining tonight. So it's going to be lots and lots of mining going on here. So let's go ahead and get things rolling here. I think I'm in the suits I need to be in. I'm where I want to be. So let's, I just need to adjust one thing in the game. I'm also downloading the hotfix right now. So what we'll do is later tonight, we'll get into the hotfix and see how that's behaving. But so the game plan right now is let's go ahead and I need to transport some mining modules and a couple of mission critical items back to Pyro. And then from there, we'll grab a mole and we'll hit Monox or some other place like that and see what we can see. So let's go ahead and get the party started. I'm thinking about taking my Drake Corsair back, but there is another ship that I really like too, and it's this one right here. And I just want to check something real quick. So it's going to be a long night tonight. We're going to be doing a lot of mining. Honing those mining skills that I've lost. Yeah, so I think we're going to go ahead and take the Drake back tonight. Let's do that. I did want to grab an Atlas, but it looks like the Atlas is still having problems with the cargo grids, and so I'm going to go ahead and skip that tonight. Let me know how the video quality is for you guys, sound, all that. I want to make sure I'm not blowing you guys out. Make sure and hit that 4K icon, please, on YouTube, so you're watching in the best possible quality. They do, the VP9 codec on YouTube does do a couple of things, but they kind of downsample it a little bit, but overall it should look pretty good for you guys. All right. While we're waiting for that Drake to come back online here, let's go ahead and get that cargo elevator. It's already down. Good. And I just want containers right now, and the one I'm looking for is... it's going to be with this one right here. Yep. Okay. I hate it when it does that, though. I believe that's our container, so we'll go ahead and we'll bring them both up. We could always use two. There comes our Drake. And it looks like she's already powered up and ready to go. And I'm just going to run over here and check these containers real quick and just make sure that one of these has my stuff in it. Okay, that one does not. We'll send that one back. That one does. Yep, there we go. All right. And then we'll head back to Pyro and make sure our mole is properly outfitted for tonight's work. And then we'll get the party started here. I'm going to go ahead and send this cargo elevator back down. There we go. And it's Saturday nights with Alpha Infinity Tech here. We're going to be doing a lot of cool things tonight, I think, anyway. And the first thing we're going to be doing is traveling from Stanton to Pyro. But fear not. I have all A-grade components on this Drake, which means that we have a good quantum drive. So we will not be spending too much time in transit here tonight between the two parts of the universe. The thing I don't understand though is why I'm still having problems with an Atlas. I mean, they should have had that fixed by now, you would think. And I understand the cargo grid system is, you know, pretty complicated, but I don't have hardly any problems with the max lift at all. So all right, let's go ahead and get powered up here and get into the hangar queue. I'm sure it's busy tonight. Nope, I guess that's not. And let me go ahead and hop into my Discord live channel. You know, if anybody wants to mine tonight, just get into my Discord. I'll be in the live with Alpha Infinity Tech voice channel, and we'll do some mining tonight. But you got to be in Pyro. And there she is. Okay. Another beautiful day on Microtech. Okay, let's get the gear up. Get zoomed out for you guys a little bit. Yeah, let's get into the proper flight configuration here. And let's make sure we got the cruise control on, which we do. And let's go ahead and get the Pyro gateway plugged in here. And that is some smooth gameplay right there, my friends. Looking really nice. All right, let's go ahead and get spooled up here. Definitely one of my favorite ships in the game right here, folks. And I'll say the same thing in chat. Let me know how the stream quality is. All right. And so we are on our way to the Pyro Gateway now. And then we'll pick up a mole and go do some trying to find those big rocks tonight. Terranite, Bexelite, or of course quantanium or any other tier S mineral. And we had some measure of success last time, and then we had some failures as well. So it's just all part of mining. But we got plenty of modules on board. I got plenty of mining gadgets. My Discord link, by the way, is in the bottom left hand of your screen. So that's the direct link to my Discord server. And anybody in the channel with me will show up underneath my name on the left side of the screen here where you see Alpha Infinity. So I'm looking forward to having a good night tonight and getting some mining done. And so if anybody wants to join me, just hit my Discord server and I'll meet you out in Pyro. Anybody who mines with me, I'll let you take everything home. So I'm out here to do the breaks and have fun, and I'm not really out here to make any money. So I just enjoy mining with people. So anyway, hop on that Discord server, come join me, and let's do some mining together tonight. Doesn't matter if you're in a mole or if you're in a prospector. Heck, even a Drake Golem, you know, whatever. And if you like the stream, do me a favor, give it a thumbs up. And I'm trying to hit 100 subscribers before the end of October. So we're at 42%. There's that subscriber goal down there. And Tim, welcome to the stream, my friend. It's all about the mole, my friend. I've earned, well, I guess I'll just show you instead of talking about it. And that's the number in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Ginger Bomb. What's happening? I give all the money away. As you can see, I got plenty. I'm doing fine. It's all about the mining. Glad to have you on, Ginger Bomb. But Tim, if you're not into mining, you can do space trucking. There's a lot of possibilities there as well. Just a little ship like this right here, you can earn a ton of money doing cargo runs. And of course, people, you know, they like bounty hunting. It just depends on what you like doing. What's most exciting to you. For me, it's breaking rocks with friends. All right, we're almost to the Pyro Gateway tonight, and we're gonna head on out to Checkmate. And I was really debating doing the Checkmate to Monox run or the Obituary to Bloom. And I'm kind of going back and forth. So we may switch things up tonight a little bit. We may end up on Bloom later on. But we'll start the night out on Monox. See what kind of rocks we can find down there. And then we'll head on out to... If we don't have a lot of luck, then we'll head out to Bloom. So we'll just see. For those who are running NVIDIA Smooth Motion, I just have to warn you, you're going to get some interesting behavior on your machines out here in Pyro. It's a little bit less optimized, so... All right, so let's see if we can get the gate spun up here and we'll be on our way. I'm gonna get off the cruise control so I don't die. There we go. And the verse is busy tonight. There'll be lots of ships out here. For those of you who are doing cargo in the C2, I don't recommend it. At least doing Pyro to Stanton runs. There are people who just sit here and wait for C2s and they ram them before they go through the gate. So, and yes, it actually happened to me on a stream, believe it or not. Glad to see you in the verse too, Ginger Bomb. I'm not as cool as you are, not as famous, but it's good to have you here. All right, and off we go. Anyway, I had 5 million in refined product on my C2 on one of my streams, and I ended up getting rammed at the gate. So some griefer just decided to run his ship into mine, saw the C2, and that was the end of me. So at least I kept my armor, but they don't seem to mess with the Starlancer Maxes too much. Obviously the Corsairs are generally not bothered. The Mercury Star Runners. I don't know if I'd take a raft through or not, but I haven't tried. Caterpillar, definitely don't recommend it. And a Hull C, definitely not, especially if they see you're loaded up with stuff. They'll ram your ship just for the heck of it. All right, and here we go. It's going to spit me out at 1,200 meters a second. We're going to try not to hit an asteroid again. There we go. Okay, get the shields up and let's get out of the way here. Just in case somebody's coming in behind me. There we go. All right, and off to checkmate. There's a little bit of controversy in my small mining community about the better place to be, and I have to say, you know, Stanton versus Pyro, and I personally like being in Pyro better, so like the scenery better. You're not going to find, is it Stileron or Styleron? I've heard it pronounced both ways. If anybody knows what the correct pronunciation is, let me know. And if you're just joining us, make sure to hit that gear icon on YouTube. I'm throwing 30 megabits at YouTube, so hopefully you'll have 4K available to you. I was going to stream on Twitch and on X tonight, but I think we'll just focus on YouTube for the moment. I don't have a fancy symmetrical fiber connection where I live here in Montana, but down in Texas at my place down there, I have 2 gigabits down, 1 gigabit up, and it's a much more robust connection, but I don't stream from there too often, so. And I've been trying like heck the past week to complete these ASD missions. What a pain in the ass with those big worms You got to run around fixing things. I mean, what a pain. So I need some friends to join me for that one. You know, maybe we'll do a live stream trying to complete that mission. You got to go and clear the stalactites from the pipes. Then you got to repair the ones that are blowing off steam. Meanwhile, things are shooting at you. It's not fun as a single player. And I completed all the other ASD missions, but the last one, the 670,000 AUEC one, that one's a real pain in the butt. So I'll put together a live stream. I'll make the announcement on the YouTube channel and try and get that done. Oh, shoot, Ginger Bomb. I wish I would have known that. Unfortunately, tomorrow's off for me. I'm going to be on the backside of Glacier Park all day, unfortunately, and won't be getting back until pretty late. But if you do it again, send me a note on Discord or on the channel or whatever, or an email, and let me know if you're putting together a group for another run, because I'd really, really like to get that mission accomplished. All right, folks, we are almost home. We just got our first kind of big snow in the last week or two, so I like to go pop a drone out there in grizzly bear world before they go into hibernation and see if I can catch anything. Okay, there's checkmate, and tomorrow's kind of the last day to do it, so I got to get out there. Okay, so for those who are not familiar with checkmate, let me show you why checkmate can be a little bit of a interest. You don't want to go flying in here at 900 meters a second. And as you can see there, if you throw a scan out there, that would be why. Boy, checkmate's really busy tonight, huh? The other nice thing, or not so nice thing about checkmate, let me get the shields up here, is they have cables and antennas and all sorts of stuff that, if you're not paying attention, will get you. So but Ginger Bomb's right. You know, the quality on Twitch, I guess if you're special, they give you a little bit higher bit stream rate, but if you're not special, and I'm definitely not, then you max it out at about 7 megabits per second up to Twitch, which means that if you're trying to multi-stream to multiple platforms, you got to downsample your canvas and OBS the 1440p, or else Twitch will look really pixelated, and I found that out the hard way. So it's just it's an interesting platform to try and work with. And it's not just Twitch. X is kind of has some of the same limitations on it as well, and frankly so does Kick. All right, so let's get into the proper flight configuration. For those who don't know, when you're in the Drake Corsair, if you just hit N, that'll get your wings up and get you into the correct configuration. And then don't be like me and then clip the top of your wing on the top of the hanger. Don't do that. Don't be like me. Yeah, Ginger Bomb, I'll hit you up on Discord. And we're just gonna get a little closer here, and we are home. All right. So what we're gonna do now, just so everybody's aware, I need to get my container, my store all, and get it on the lift, because it has a lot of supplies that I need for tonight's festivities. Love the lights here. Okay. So we'll go and throw this over. There's that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to unload some of this stuff from the store all. And then I'll leave some of it on there. And then we'll go out and crack some rocks. But anyway, there is no 4K streaming up to Twitch, Kick, or X, as far as I know, if you're a normal person. YouTube's the only one that allows it, and they'll allow up to 50 megabits of bit rate, which is nice. Okay, did we send our container down? I believe so. Let's go find out. Container, I have a couple here. Nope, that's not it. And this one's down, so perhaps there's a little bit of an inventory lag. There we go. Now it shows up. Okay, so we're going to take a couple of these out because I don't need to carry 60 freaking surge modules with me. There used to be an inventory script that you could run that would do all this automatically for you, but I haven't found it. So we'll have plenty of surge modules on board, plenty of mining gadgets, no matter, so we can handle almost anything that we run into. Below 72,000 in mass or so, you know, depending on composition and resistance. So we'll see. Okay, that should be about enough of that. And I brought a Pembroke just in case we decide to mine someplace real hot tonight. Okay, so on board at the moment we have a Sabir, a Stampede module, and a Bormax. Go ahead and put another Stampede down here, 2 more. And then I'll carry an extra, do we have a Focus 3? No, those are all 2s. Carry an extra surge module on in the backpack, just a couple of them, just in case. Okay. All right, we should be good to go here. Let's go ahead and, I'm gonna litter in my own hangar. Yep, I am. All right, let's go ahead and get the Drake Corsair stored here. How well did we park? Not so great. Didn't do the greatest parking job there. Oh well. And we have 2 Argo Moles on station here, so let's take a look at them real quick. I just want to make sure everything is configured the way I want it to be. Okay, so this one is the Pyrotechnic, which I think we may take that one out tonight. We'll see. Yeah, that's the Pyrotechnic, is Mole 2. And I'm going to run through my configuration for those who are new real quick. So we're running a Hofstad with a Focus and a Ryger. That's for the sub brakes. That Focus 3 makes the optimal window real big, real nice. The bigger the better. And then in slot 3 we're running a Helix 2 and we're running 3 surges. I think I'm going to switch one of those out for a Stampede just to start the night out. I can always put a surge in there if I need it. And then finally on the front mining head we have 3 Ryger C3 modules, so we're stacking those bonuses. So you guys saw it, Argo Mole. That's my config. And then I'm running all A grade components, right? No big deal. I highly recommend two upgrades on the components for the Mole. The ones that really make your life better. The quantum drive, that'll shorten those round trips from your refinery back to the planet side. And then of course the shield upgrade is worth it. Because if you're like me, you like to blow up really big expensive rocks, especially when your mole's parked 20 meters away from it. And so when you make a big mistake like that, sometimes, and that is not the one I wanted, so let's put that one back. So having the shield upgrade is mighty helpful if you fat finger the alt key, for example, and blow a rock up in your face. So the pyrotechnic livery, is that how they say that? I call it a paint. That paint was showing up as Mole 2, and then the other one was Mole 1. Now they flipped. All right, let's get the party started. There we go. And let's go ahead and call up our container. I don't want to leave home without it. So we'll get our store all here. Yeah, that's our Huckleberry right there. Let's go ahead and throw that on there. Get that up here. Maybe I haven't had enough caffeine tonight. Let's take a look again. Yeah, apparently not. Let's try that again. Huh, that's funny. Where is my freaking container? Oh, I love the Star Citizen universe. It's so nice sometimes. That's not the right one. So my container just disappeared. Is that what happened? I must be smoking something. What is going on with the cargo system in Star Citizen tonight? Let's quit effing around over there. Let's try this one instead. Man. Like one cargo box just disappeared. Well, bad news for me. You guys saw me transfer it, right? Did we put it on the pad or did we not? I'm gonna Alt F4 out of this one. Yeah, my cargo's just missing. All right, let's Alt F4 out here. And we'll try going back in and see if this thing will behave. It's not looking great, I gotta say. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can get back in. And I definitely don't want to give up like 60,000 in modules for the heck of it. Okay. No, my containers are still missing. Well, what is that? At least we got one of them here. I'm gonna go check the other one real quick. The verse is effing with me tonight. And there's the other one right there. Oh, you guys. I knew it. Okay, that's actually the one that I would choose to take. So let's, I'm gonna go throw this one back on there. Probably take an extra module or two. And is that a focus 3? Yeah, we'll throw that focus 3 in there. Nice thing about a heavy backpack is you can carry all sorts of goodies. I haven't been murdered by a container yet in the Star Citizen universe, but I guess there is a first time for everything. All right, let's get that stored and we'll get the other one on board the mole and we're out of here. Sorry about that, folks. You know, this is the verse. It's the way it goes. And let me get my mouse sensitivity adjusted just a little bit for you guys, so that way we don't make anybody sick. All right. Oh no, it's going in. I'm good at putting big things in small places. Okay, let's go ahead and head on up. And if you're just joining us tonight, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live in the verse. I'm downloading the hotfix as we speak, so we'll switch over to the hotfix server here in a little while. But first, I actually want to get some freaking mining done here, so let's go ahead and... So we're going to start out tonight on Monox because it's my usual favorite place. We're out here on Checkmate. We have our mole outfitted the way we want it. I'm going to just double check and make sure I actually have modules here. Running mostly passives on one mining head. There's our Hofstede. So we run passives on the front here. Those are the Rigers. And then over here, we're running a couple of Surges and a Stampede on this other Helix too. So that's basically our setup at the moment. And I have a mole mining setup video on my YouTube channel if you guys want to check it out. Okay, so we're going to try not to run into anything or anybody. I'm not hopeful that I can't scan right now. And I'm in the right SCM mode, so that's never a good thing. The verse is just not going to be. We'll go ahead and head out to Monox anyway and see what we can see. But I cannot throw a scan out there right now, so. And we're running this beautiful gray cat skin tonight. Paint. All right. And off we go. All right. So now we're going to head out to orbital marker 1. That's 2. And we'll accelerate up to 980 meters a second here, and we'll we'll hit the vertical thrusters, and that'll get orbital marker 1 unblocked for us. It's obstructed currently, and then we'll be on our way. And make sure you guys hit that gear icon in 4K. Watch in 4K, please. My Discord server link is down on the bottom left-hand corner. I'm trying to get to, I'm trying to add 100 subscribers. I know it's not exactly an astronomical, lofty goal, but I'm trying to get 100 subscribers added by the end of the month. So we're 42% of the way there. So if you like my content, check it out. Subscribe on my YouTube channel, if you don't mind. And if you hate it, then don't. I guess that's the best way to put it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get our calculations done here. and we'll be unobstructed here momentarily, and then we'll head out to orbital marker 1. That is the North Pole of Monarchs, above the North Pole, that is. And we will be on our way. And I'm basically, tonight we're going to be hunting for rocks in the 40 to 70 mass range, 40k mass range tonight. Okay, there is darkness over there, so we're going to point right about there. We'll accelerate up to 960 meters per second. And they really, I don't know, there used to be a camera controls where you could hit the arrow keys on the keyboard and hold down F4, but that apparently moves the ship now, so. So we'll head down and see if we can find some decent rocks tonight. I'm looking for tier 1 or tier S materials. Nope. We're not going to be incredibly picky, but I'm not really messing around with gold or laranite. And anything that has a high tungsten rate, I'm going to try and avoid. And for those that are new to the channel, I have all my system specs in the description of every video, and you can see the performance in the top right hand corner. The GPU is not doing a lot of work at 144 frames a second in 4K right now, but trust me, there are places in Pyro that bring an RTX 5090 to its knees, and it's not pretty. So hopefully they'll be optimizing. Also, Nyx is coming out next month, so I'm really excited about that. Super excited about Nyx and Levski. Looking forward to seeing Levski in person. I'm not special enough to be part of the avocado wave of players that gets to see it first, but once they release all backers in the PTU, I'll be able to take a look at things, and I'll make sure and do some filming for you guys and get it out on the YouTube channel when that happens. And it's going to be a beautiful day on Monarchs. Look at that. Star Citizen never ceases to amaze me with A, the number of bugs, and B, the amount of beauty and detail on their models. It really is amazing what their artists have done here. And guys, let me know how the stream quality is for you. I want to make sure you're getting the best experience possible, at least that I can provide on my archaic internet connection here in the great Northwest, in the Pacific Northwest. And I know I see all the quantum markers on the planet. I generally don't fly to those and then fan out 100 or 200 like most of the YouTube miners suggest. I just pick a spot on the planet's surface near the North Pole and I go from there. And I generally don't run into people that often, if ever. So but when I do stream from Texas, I'm actually on a real internet connection, so I can give you guys the full 50 megabit 4K experience down there, no problem. Unless, of course, there's some really horrible weather like there was last night and the internet connection drops off. They had tornadoes on the ground outside of Fort Worth and the whole 9 yards. Houses are getting torn up, beat up, hail. You know, typical Texas fall, I guess. All right, we're almost down to the planet's surface, and hopefully I can scan. It's not looking great at the moment, but we'll give it a shot here in a minute. All right, there's our atmospheric friction. And for those who are not familiar, that means we're getting close. So look at that. We'll point our mole here into the sunrise. And we'll shallow out our descent here just a little bit. That way we don't smack into the ground here. And I'm still not able to scan, so that is not a good thing. The verse is not being nice to me tonight. So what we're going to do, absolutely no scanning ability whatsoever. So to fix this little problem, we'll Alt F4 out again and come back in, because that seems to be like the thing to do these days. Still no scanning. Should have known when I left Monox. Nice pretty view for you guys. Okay, let's go ahead and slow to a crawl here. And make sure that cruise control's off and we're in coupled mode. There we go. And we'll Alt F4 out again. Meanwhile, let's check on the hotfix. The hotfix is ready to go, so we'll check that out here in a little bit. And back into the verse we go. Okay, we burned through that player queue of all three. And for those on the stream, you know, the funny part is that I just released a video on CitizenCon 2025 and talked about how nice and stable the servers were, and then they released 4.3.2 and it all went downhill from there. Just weird stuff happening, you know, inventory not showing up.
Systems activated. Systems on.
And still not able to scan. What the?
Shields off.
So when Alt F4 doesn't work, then we do the next thing, which is we bedlog. I guess we're gonna have to go out to a European cluster tonight.
Landing complete. Launch complete.
Maybe it's someplace a little more flat than that.
Landing complete.
Try scanning one more time here. And I'm just going to make sure that my... Yep, still nothing. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this over with. And we'll wait for the other F to show up. Oh, there it was. I lost it. And a friend of mine told me about this other thing. Let's sit right here. And then if you... Gotta look for the one with the... There we go. Nope. Oh, this instance is just... Okay, let's lie down. There we go. Okay, we're going to log out and we're going to change regions. Bye-bye USA, hello EU. Okay, let's see what we got. Scanning is kind of a important part of mining here. Kind of have to be able to do that. Look at that. We have a winner. All right. Okay, so we're going to start out our night. Can we get something a little better than 14? Not looking good. Okay. We're going to head into the sunset. Head towards the signature that's at 14.4. And we'll start out our night with that one. And for those that are just joining us, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live in Pyro tonight. Having to do a little bit of server hopping here to get things to cooperate. Inventory problems, scanning problems, just got to work through it one thing at a time here. All right, now let's see if these things will scan out for me. All right, let's take a look and see what we got. Okay, well, that's a positive sign. Not interested in mining that garbage tonight, so let's keep checking here. $52K gold. Gold is never a problem on this particular... on Monox. Never have a problem finding gold. $90,000 mass rocks and gold. All right, let's keep on trucking.
Mining
All right, what do we got out here? We got a 28.8. That's a positive sign. And we also have a 23. Fantastic. So welcome, everybody. We're going to try and crack some rocks tonight. But only if the verse cooperates, right? All right, what do we got here? A lot of potential candidates here. Okay, so that's a 46k Terranite rock. I might take that one home. Kind of hoping for something a little bigger, but that's okay. Let's see what else we have out here. No, I don't mind copper. No, thank you. Okay, so we have one decent Terranite rock so far. I may hop over to this other signature that we found. Just take a look at it real quick, just to see what we got. Because it's very close. Where was it? Not here, obviously. There we go. Worst case scenarios, we'll go back and grab that Terranite rock. I don't mind starting the night out with a little bit of Terranite. Why not? Oh, those are very small. Always have plenty of gold around here. All right. Let's go back to where we were. And we'll grab that. We'll start the night out with some Terranite. Why not? All right, what do you guys think? Put a, should I go throw a bore max on that thing or what? Or should we just pop it just like it is? What do you guys think? Let me know. Let's see, we got 14 on resistance, 300 on instability, which is fine. 216, 27% Terranite. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and drop a bore max on this thing just to get that cluster modifier up a little bit. Make it a little bit more enticing. And then we'll go from there. Okay, let's hop out. What a beautiful evening. All right, let's get a bore max going here. And that bore max will give us a cluster modifier of 30%. It increases resistance a little bit and a laser instability of 970. So that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and see if we can find a nice spot here. Where it's not upside down. This is probably not, well, it might. Nope, it's not going to be the spot for us today. Okay, maybe we'll get a little bit better. There we go. Already at 98% on waveform accuracy. Okay, we'll take that. So the mining head on the front, the Helix 2 with the Riger C3s on it, it's maxed out at about 30 and some change on mass. So we're not gonna be able to use that one. So instead, we're gonna go out to the Helix 2 with the Stampede and the 2 surge modules, and we should be just fine with that one. So let me get positioned properly here, and we'll get started.
Launch complete.
29 meters out,
Landing gear up.
and we'll get 15 degrees nose up here. There we go. Oh, you know what I didn't look at though? I just noticed something. Remember those shields I was telling you that I upgraded?
Shields on.
Might be nice to have them on.
Weapons off.
Okay, let's hop down to the mining head and see if we can get down to business here. Okay, there we go. Our 2 surges and a Stampede. And there's our bore max, as you can see with that icon right there. And we'll just ride the optimal all the way home. Did I get screwed on that deal? I did. Oh, what a... Come on, get in there. Let's get down to business. The Stampede really does make life easier. And there she goes. All right, with no overcharge. I'm happy about that. I'll take that. And let me get this adjusted a little bit. There we go. And we got our store all on board with all our goodies. And now we're going to hop over to the Hofstad and see what our bore max did for us today. And I'm running a Focus 3 and a Riger C3 on here, and I'll show you guys why. So laser power plus 25, which is not really important, but optimal charge window plus 40 and then minus 5 on the, so I just basically put the Riger on there to offset the loss of laser power. So, all right. I don't know about that. I figure we would have done better than that with the Bormax on this thing, but I guess we'll give it a shot. Nice big optimal window on that Hofstad. Really liking this laser a lot for the sub brakes. Makes life easy. I will say it's not the fastest on the scoop. You know, it's actually a lot slower than the Helix 2 on the scoop, but you know, unless you're mining quantanium all the time, it's not really, I'm not in a big hurry anyway. It's a little bit better. I've not looked at the hotfix notes, so I'm not exactly sure what that's all about. All right, we'll go ahead and pop this one real quick, and then we'll see what we got. I gotta say, you know, the Bormax has just been one disappointment after another lately. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see if we can get some of this stuff out of the way. This 100% copper, not a fan. 8% Terranite. 20%. So we'll go ahead and take the 51. I guess we're gonna have to pop it real quick. And that one's being a little frisky. We got to be careful here. All right, see if we got a decent shard here. 4%. Boo. Count me out on that one. 59. I guess we'll go ahead and take that one. Somebody want to explain to me why my shields are critical?
Shields on.
What is going on with that? %, we'll take that one too, just to get it out of the way. Well, I gotta say, these Bormaxes, I'm losing faith in them. Jeez, 100% this. 4% Terranite. And as you can see, there's nothing inert out there, so we didn't overcharge anything. That's a little better at 89. I'll take that. What else we got waiting out here for us? 27. 23. Not happy. 22. Just not a great rock. I guess that's what we're dealing with tonight. So we'll take it nice and slow, nice and easy here. We'll get the best quality deposit shard we can, and then we'll start scooping up some of the garbage towards the end here. Like that one right there. I'd rather not take it, but I kind of have to. %. What a disappointment. So anyway, back to more positive notes. So the Hofstede's great for this type of stuff, for this type of work. Makes the sub brakes nice and easy. Not a lot of stress there at all. Gonna break this one. But look at the size of that optimal window. See, that's what that Focus 3 does for me. Comes in really useful on your more volatile deposits like quantanium, for example. But even on something like this, it makes life a lot easier. So really nice. All right. 8% Terranite. We're not going to get that one. $23, I guess we're taking that one home. $7. So we might end up with what, 30%, 30 SCU maybe, a little bit more. Not a terrible run, but when you have 90 SCU of cargo space on board, 1/3 of it being useful is not. $7, okay. 100% inert. Let's go ahead and crack that one real quick. Really would like about 40 out of this one if possible, but we'll see. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live in the verse tonight, mining in the Pyro portion of the universe. Lawless. And we're trying to stick with tier 1 or tier S minerals tonight. Not mine any garbage. And the universe is kind of starting to cooperate a little bit. Okay, let's see if we got anything decent back here now. Because now we're getting down to the wire here. 1%. 17. 4. %. We'll take that one. That's gonna. Okay, we'll probably finish this run on that 22% shard right there. Not exactly the way I wanted it to go, but that's all right. Let's see if we can smack this. Oh, gotta pay attention though. We'll let that overcharge bleed off a little bit here, and then we'll crack this one. All right, let's try that again. This time paying a slight bit more of attention. And let me know how the stream quality is, guys, in chat. Let me know if everything's okay. Look at that, power is down to minimum. All right, let's see if we can find one more good shard before we head back to the barn here. Okay, 32%. %. I guess that's our huckleberry right there. Let's go ahead and take that one. And that'll fill us up. And just so I can get nice and irritated tonight, we're going to go ahead and see what was sitting right behind it. I'm curious. Yeah, that's from the other one. 100% inert. So we didn't give up too much tonight. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and head back to the barn here. Get a refinery job going. We'll dump off all the cargo that we don't want to refine. Just do a direct ore sale. And off we go. All right, let's go ahead and get into the proper flight configuration here. All right, checking everything. No volatile cargo on board, so we'll just nose up to 50 degrees here. Get out of mining mode. And head back to checkmate. That's the nice thing about the Monox to checkmate run. Real short, real easy. You increase your velocity, your turnaround time, then that just means more money being made here. All right, let's reach escape velocity here and get out of the atmosphere. And off we go. And here we go. So we'll go ahead and dump off this stuff and head on back. And for those who are new to Pyro, make sure if you're at checkmate, throw out a ping. It sits in a gas cloud, so you can very easily run into stuff. Lots of debris. See that bouncing off the mole there? Okay, let's go and get our hangar called up here. Busy tonight. Very busy out here. And watch out for these cables. That one right there. And off we go here. All right, get the mole powered down here. We'll do a repair and all that when we get back. All right, let's get the mole stored. And for those who are not used to mining in Pyro, you can actually go to the refinery right from your hangar. Always a nice little thing. Saves a little bit of time. Just it all adds up, right? Argo Mole 2, off it goes. Hopefully my store all container is still in it when we bring it back up. We'll find out. All right. So something else that's kind of going on in the verse right now for you miners. If you didn't know, there is a specific point up here where it tells you that it's going to discard the rest of the materials that are not refined, and that is not true. So I'll demonstrate. So we're going to not refine the copper or the inert, of course. So we're going to end up with 3623. And let's head out to Regolith and see what that means. So that's 353,000 on that one rock. So it says here that it'll discard one or more materials that can't be recovered. That is definitely not true. And I'll show you. If you were not to direct sell the rest of this stuff at the ore cells console here, you go back to your mole and it would still have a bunch of junk on it. So there's my stuff right there. So we got unrefined, inert, and copper materials right there. All right, let's head on back. And we'll call up the mole. Oh, and you guys watch this. So I'm going to select Argo Mole 2 here. Retrieve. And watch how it just appears. And there it is. Just like that. No animation of the hangar floor disappearing and going down and your ship coming back up. It just shows up now. And for those that are wondering, here's the options I'm running in game here. So graphics 3840 by 2160, that's 4K. Qualities upscaling is at 66%. DLSS on the Technique. HDR is enabled. Very high on quality, high on scattered object distance. I don't think we can go any higher than that. Very high on water, terrain, tessellation, all that stuff is high. Clouds are in photo mode. And FOV is at max. And hey, there's my store all right there. And why is that sitting on the ground, I wonder? That's another wonderful thing that's happening right now, is that you can't pick these things up. And I love seeing a graph where it shows me the number of viewers on the channel and then all of a sudden just flatlines down to 0 all of a sudden. So strange. Oh boy, we clipped something. Let's go back in and repair that. What am I clipping here? And my ship just disappeared on me. I always love it when that happens. Well, no idea what happened there, so the verse is just being the verse tonight. Ended up in somebody else's hangar here. Definitely don't want to be there. I imagine we're gonna have to claim that one. Nope, I guess not. All right, back we go. Let's try this again, this time with without all the weirdness. And YouTube is showing me 0 viewers, though I know that's not true. If you're still out there, say something in chat for me. All right, meanwhile, let's see if we need to do a repair here after smacking. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Don't know what happened. Came out of the hangar, smacked something. So we're waiting on a repair at the moment. There's that. Still missing some mole right there. We're waiting on that. Okay, it says we're all repaired up. Though, doesn't look like it, based on what I'm seeing. Wayne, welcome to the stream, my friend. Thank you for responding. I just had some weirdness happen on the stream, so... Okay, let's see if we can get out of the hangar without bumping into anything here. Nope, we hit something again. What is that? I do have a collision alert and a proximity alert, but there's nothing. Just that little piece right there, which is from me, by the way. See, that's my mole engine right there. Ran into something, but can't see it. There's my other mole engine right there. Wow. All right, let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's go see if we can. Let's get past the weirdness and I just did a repair. Yeah, it looks like Pyro junked to me too. Something so strange is happening tonight in the verse. Okay. Let's go ahead and put back in our destination here. And it is not routing me. So I'm going to get away from checkmate real quick. And Wayne, I don't know if I've seen you on before, my friend, so welcome to the stream. Glad to have you on. Okay, now we're able to calc out our destination here. And off we go. We managed to escape. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna hit Monox one more time tonight. See if we can find some decent rocks out there, and then I'm gonna head out to, I believe, Pyro 1. But I'm gonna take a look at Regolith. And I'd really like to find. Let's go to data and ore types by location here. Minimize that and I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. So I'm at Regolith and I'm just seeing where the best place is. And while I'm on my way into Monox, because I know you guys have watched me 100 times before hit the outer marker, orbital marker 1. I'm gonna take a look at Pyro 1 here and see what all the hubbub's about on Pyro 1. Okay, so 5% chance of quantanium on Pyro 1, 14 on Terranite, no chance on Stellaron. That's very interesting. So, what else do we have out here for S tier? Okay. 4%. Let's see what our best chance is out here. So our best chance is actually out in the belt. It says for Stellaron or Stellaron, whichever way you want to pronounce it. But I'd rather Pyro 4s actually, but I'd rather go to Pyro 1 tonight. So I think that's exactly what we're gonna do. There we go. Okay. So let me get you guys off of OBS here. Back into the verse. And we're obstructed at the moment, so let me get some vertical thrust going. So we'll hit Monox one more time tonight, and then we'll head out to Pyro 1. See if we can find a decent amount. It looks like there's a decent chance of finding some quantanium out there, so we'll head out there. 14% on Terranite. 13% on Bexelite. And looks like 15% on... Let's see, what do we got here? Gold. So those are all A tier materials. But gold's like the bottom of the barrel on the A tier, you know, in terms of the amount per SCU that you're paid. So I'd rather stick with Terranite or Bexelite if possible, or quantanium. One of those three. All right, so here we go. Off to the outer marker here. And we'll hit the big area out here. We'll move a little bit away from the North Pole. So let me make sure the cruise control's on here. There we go. Give you guys a little outside view as we transit to our destination here. And Tim is asking, the upper right shows a red glow. Why? Let me see if I can find out what you're talking about. That right there is all communication. And it still has me in the Drake Corsair. See that? Anyway, that globe means global chat. And it was the name of the person using the voice channel at the time, so that's what that means, Tim. Hopefully that's helpful. All right, so for those that are just joining, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live in the verse tonight. We are headed out to Monox. This will be our last mining run to Monox tonight, and then I'll be switching over to Pyro 1. So a little bit different environment for us, and for some reason there was some pyro junk right outside of my hangar, so my mole is a little damaged here. And Tim, happy to help, glad to have you on the stream, my friend. All right, let's see what we can do here. We should be seeing some atmospheric friction here in just a moment. And I think I'll aim for that cloud formation right over there. I like mining in random spots. Less chance of running into people. And there's a nice view for you guys. A little bit of light coming off that nice gray cat paint. Really glad to have everybody on tonight. Thank you. If you like the stream, do me a favor, give me a thumbs up. And if it sucks, give it a thumbs down. I mean, it's up to you. But always trying to improve stream quality for you guys. Make sure sound is good, video is good, all that. And OBS gives me stats on things like skip frames due to encoding lag and rendering lag and all that. And all that is shown at 0%. Drop frames due to network in the 1% range. So all that, OBS is telling me everything is good, but that doesn't necessarily mean everything is good. So let me know if the music's up too loud, voice is too much, game audio not enough. You know, if you guys are not liking it, let me know. And if you're watching the stream after it's been over, leave a comment for me if you don't mind. I just released the Asperia Stinger video on the YouTube channel. You guys can go watch what my take is on that if you want. And of course, before that was the CitizenCon 2025, which is retitled to just Nix is Coming. That one's out as well. And then tomorrow I'll be releasing a short on the channel showing a $2 million mining run out to Area 18 with some refined materials. So stay tuned for that. Hit that bell icon if you're subscribed to the channel. And when that short goes live, you'll be notified. Ooh, there's a lake down there. Let's go ahead and aim for that. So we'll be checking this. Can we? Yep. And scanning is now working. The European portion of the universe seems to be behaving tonight. The USA cluster, not so much. Look at that. Beautiful in Pyro tonight. Machine's pushing 144 FPS and 4K. Everything maxed out. Okay, and we'll decel here and shallow out or descend a little bit. But I'm going to get back into the quantum SCM mode just so I can keep that velocity up a little bit. All right, so there's our first signature tonight at 14.4. Not too excited about that. There's another one at, that's 10.8, 18,000. So we'll go check that one out first. Let's get out of cruise control so we don't smack into the ground here. All right, where are my rocks? There they are. Let's take a look and see what we got tonight. And we are coupled. Okay, just making sure. $35K Bexelite rock, not terrible. But I'd really like something else. So we'll check out these rocks and then head towards the sun. $44K Bexelite. That's a lot of Bex in one spot. And 71,000 in tungsten. So let's take a look at these because I probably shouldn't just leave those behind. So we have 109 SCU, 41. Resistance is doable. That one's got some tungsten in it, so it might make it really interesting. And then here's a smaller one, a 35K. Might actually be able to crack that one from the front laser tonight. But the resistance is at 24. I don't know. I guess what we'll do, here's what we'll do. If I can crack this one with the front mining head, then we'll go ahead and take these. And if I can't, then we'll keep looking. So I really was hoping for something a little bit closer than that, than 45. There we go. I think 35 might just be out of reach for the 3 Riger, the triple Riger Helix 2 setup here, but we'll try it out anyway. But I don't want to blow a bunch of surge modules on Baxolite tonight, so we may keep looking and see if we can find some Terranite, but let's take a look here.
Systems activated. Systems on.
Oh, wow. I guess we are going to crack it from this one. Okay. Get that power down. Notice how it says impossible, right? At 35 in mass, you guys see what I'm seeing, right? It says impossible. So we're going to pop this impossible rock. And even the optimal range is really kind of in a nice spot too. Usually they're a lot thinner than this with the triple Riger setup on this laser head, but I mean, it doesn't get much easier than this, honestly. And then I think I'm going to go over there and pop that other one real quick. And then we can do the Hofstede. Just go climb in the Hofstede and do them all at the same time. So, of course, it's not that one because that would be way too easy. It's going to be that one over there. So what we shall do next is we'll pop out of the main mining head here and we'll reposition the ship. And I know I can't pop that 44K rock with the front mining head, so we'll use the 2 surges and the Stampede on that one. But we need to reposition the ship a little closer, so we'll slide on over real quick and get that done. And then hopefully we'll have plenty of Baxolite to take back to checkmate with us here. So there's the first one. And here's our second one right there. Nope, not it. There it is. Okay, so we'll position ourselves at about 30 meters out. And a little bit closer maybe, and get about 10 degrees nose up on this guy. Get our shields on because we are going to be playing around with surge modules. Not a good idea to have your shields down when you're mining, ever. But we got away with it that time. And I think I only have a few uses left on these modules, so we may end up having to do a refill here. We'll see. Okay. All right, let's get this party started. Get the power all the way up. I know I don't have 6 refills on the surges, so that came up a little bit faster than I was expecting. Come on. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Don't want to max out the power while we're in the optimal range here. And there we go. She's gonna bust right now. Boom. All right. So we'll do the sub brakes from the Hofstede. That's how it's done, guys, right there. I'd actually be a lot more impressed with myself if that was a 70K rock and not a 45, but oh well. Let's get into the Hofstede and see what we can see here. By the way, for those that are on the stream right now, I've been really considering the Apollo medevac or the triage. And I'm just trying to figure out what the gameplay loop is. Okay, now can I reach these? Probably. Because that is my break, I believe, over there. Probably too far to do the sub breaks. Okay, well, we'll worry about that in a minute. Okay, so we got 12% Bexelite. Not too enthusiastic about picking that one up. 52 on the other hand, I will go ahead and break that one. And look at the size of that Optimal and that Hofstad. I say it every stream, and I just keep saying it multiple times each stream. What a nice laser for the sub breaks. Really nice looking. Okay, there goes the first one. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, we're definitely going to break that one as well. But not too much. Keep that laser power at minimum here. There we go. And let's see what else we got. And all that without even getting out of the mole and popping a module on there. Okay, 64% Bexelite. That's nice. I'll take that one home. Glad to have everybody on tonight. You know, it's a Saturday night if you're in the Star Citizen universe. Not a bad place to be. There's 82% shard right there. We'll grab that one too. $63, we'll take that one. It's like I'm getting better breaks without the freaking Bormax. All right. Yeah, we'll take the 48. Why not? It's almost like the Bormax makes things worse. It's not the way it should be, though. That cluster modifier the way it is. Okay, 52. I don't think I'm going to pick up any 12s because I have another rock over there that we busted, so we'll go check that one out next. I'm definitely not picking up the 6s. That right there, though, that's an easy decision, right? Nice and easy. Leave the 11 at home. We'll leave the 11 here. 42 we'll take with us. And if it turns out that we have a lot of room, then we'll come back, or we'll just go look for another rock altogether. Let's go ahead and bust this one next, shall we? Oh, got a little click happy there. We gotta wait. All right. 85, we'll take that one. Well, that was gonna. This will be end up being a quick trip out to Monox. We'll hit Pyro 1 next. See if we can find some more valuable stuff. 1%. Really? Give me a break. Okay, let's go ahead and bust this one real quick. Looks like a 13 SCU shard. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live in the verse tonight. The non-hotfix version. And man, it's showing. And we're just scooping some minerals tonight, just minding our own business. I'll give you guys an external view here in just a second to show you how gorgeous it is out here tonight. 35%, yeah, I'll take that. How much was that one? 15? I don't know about that. Let's see what this one is. I'm guessing very low. Oh, 28. We'll take that one too. Kind of hoping to end up with more than we did. Okay, so we got a 1%, a 15%, 19. We'll grab that. I do have plenty of cargo space on board, so and we're actually moving over to a smaller rock next. 11, 6. We'll grab the 17 in case there's something, but there is nothing hiding behind it. 15, we'll grab that one too. Okay, that one and 19, we'll grab the 19 and then we'll move. Okay, and nothing else out here. Oh wait, that one I did not see. Yeah, that one was hiding from us. Normally, I'm not so reckless with my laser intensity, but on these smaller shards, it's like I don't have all night, so we gotta get the power into them quickly. All right. Let's see what we got here. 73%, we'll take that one home. Why not? I knew there was one hiding out there. Oh, don't you even think about it. It just did it. It rolled right on top of us. We're going to get that one out of the way. Okay, that is it, my friends, for this particular rock. Now let's go scoot over to the other one we busted earlier. Here is a beautiful view for you guys, because we are mining on Monox tonight in the Pyro portion of the universe. And let's get into the cockpit here. And next week I'm going to try mining out one of the belt and one of the RAB areas here. Okay, let's go ahead and reposition. And there was our first bust right over here. And I'm going to throw the Hofstad. We'll get within range here on the right side. There we go. Get nose up. The Hofstad can reach out and touch somebody, so we don't have to be as close on that one. There we go. And let's go scoop the rest of that rock before we head back to checkmate and then go out to Pyro 1. Anybody out there on Pyro 1 right now? How's the weather out there? Let me know. Let me know what the temperature is. What the forecast is. I'm sure it's hot and more hot and more hot. Okay, back into the Hofstad. This is the first rock we popped. So the second one was the 42 and some change. Or 44 and some change. This is the 30 something and change. So we're going to start scooping this one now. But let's see if we can find a decent shard real quick. Yeah, not bad. So let's drop some power on this one real quick. Got about 40 SCU roughly of cargo space left. And Bexelite is, I think, slightly more valuable than gold. I have to look at my list here on the A tier, on the tier 1 materials. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this big one out of the way next. I really would like to, before we cover that one up though, let's get the good stuff. Okay, we'll leave that one for another day. All right, let's see what else we got. I'm going to change up the music here. The cinematic's getting a little old. All right. All right, that's a 42%. Let's go ahead and bust that one next. Nice and easy. Nice. And I say nice and easy, and then I overcharge the damn thing. Okay. Yeah, I know. That one was either going to barely make it or it wasn't. Nope, didn't make it. All right. I'm sure we inerted the shit out of that one. Yeah, let's turn that down just a little bit. There we go. 100% inert. Yep, that's what happens when we're not paying attention. All right. You guys a little external view here. There we go. All right. See if we got any decent shards out of this one here. Start over here. Inert. Yeah, not on that one for sure. Yeah, 55, not bad. I'd prefer not to have so much tungsten on board, but that's just the way the universe works these days. Probably end up with 40 or 50 out of this, out of these two rocks, which is not terrible. Okay, we'll leave that one for another time. Let's leave that one alone for a minute. And see what we got over here. Tungsten and inert. Right here is what we're looking for. Okay, let's extract that. That's a nice shard right there. I knew it was hiding underneath that one. Another nice one right here. The only downside of the Hofstad is it doesn't scoop very fast. You can kind of offset some of that with some modules, but honestly, I'd rather have what I have on there than... Okay, 12. All right, let's take a crack at that one again. Yeah, we'll watch our power levels a little bit more this time. Pay attention here. All right, another easy day. Let's see what we got here. Tungsten and inert. Yep, my fault. Vexilite, not my fault. Okay, let's see what this one is right here. Got about 16 SCUs left of space here, so I just want to be a little bit more. Yeah, that was the one that almost got us in trouble right there. Look at that minimum power too, and it's still going up. So when you see them like this, you don't want to get into the high optimal. If you can avoid it, you want to keep it in the mid, just because like that. Got to be careful. There it goes. All right. Okay, 2%. We'll go ahead and take the 20 unless there's something better right there. And that's a 40%. 11 SCU shard there. So let's go ahead and get some power into that. Wouldn't mind heading back to the barn with 50 or 60 SCUs of Bex. So let's see what we can make, see if we can make that happen. $27, 22. That's terrible. Another 20. It's really hoping for another more pure shard here, but 23. All right, well, those are the cards we're dealt, so we'll just go ahead and grab what we can here. Maybe we'll uncover something a little better. All right, give me one more good shard so before we fill up on 38. I guess that's what we're going to take. $20. There's one right there. What is that? 94. 3.41. Okay. And that, my friends, will be it for Monarchs tonight. Next is Pyro 1. All right, let's climb into the driver's seat. All right, let's get the heck out of Dodge. Go drop off our, what do we end up with? 47 SCUs of Bexlite? Okay. We'll see what the refined value is. Then off to Pyro 1 we go. Do a couple of runs out there tonight. And see if we can get this mole repaired. We got a little beat up coming out of the hangar, if you guys see that right there. Says I'm 100% repaired, but I'm definitely not 100% repaired. All right, and off we go to checkmate. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to pull up Regolith when we get back and see what this mining run turned out to be. Let's see, we'll do a work order calculator here. They also have, just so you guys know, they got a rock cluster calculator that works out really nicely. If you want to know what rock you're looking at, and I think you can even, if you bring up Regolith on the same machine that you're gaming on, you can use the screen capture and it will grab what's on the screen in mining mode and calculate it out for you. It looks really nice. So. All right, we're almost back at checkmate here. Let's throw out a scan, make sure we don't hit anything. All right, let's get off the cruise control here. And there's our hangar. Let's go get it. Try not to run into cables, antennas, asteroids, just all sorts of nasty things out here. Okay. And let's get the gear down here and do our little maneuver. And I think this was my hangar, right? Yep, that's what I thought. Give you guys a little external view to make things a little bit more. And hope that I don't run into whatever it was that I keep running into. You guys don't see anything on the scans, right? Just the turrets. So not a thing out here. Okay, let's go ahead and set down. Nice and easy. Get the lights off, get the power off, and let's get a repair going here. Okay, let's go get another refining job going, and then we're going to head out to Pyro 1 after a brief break. And that's why you carry a paramed right there. All right. Let's go ahead and get this thing stored. And if you guys don't mind, let me know where you're watching from tonight. What country, or if you're in the USA, what state you're in. I'm curious. I am streaming from Montana. Yes, we do actually have broadband in Montana. And it's not dial-up. Hey, nice armor. I like it. I don't think I've ever seen that armor before. I'm on VoIP. Can you hear me? Well, I guess not. VoIP is so sketchy. Anyway. All right. Let's go ahead and get this work order going. All right. Bexelite. And let's do fair and exchange. So 39.44. Let's go ahead and do the calculator here on the work order. That comes out to 287,120. So our two mining runs tonight are about 500,000. So not incredibly impressive, but then we'll sell the rest of the stuff to the refinery. At least it'll help pay for my repairs. And there it is. All right. And back to the hangar here. And I'm going to pull out the... We'll grab the different mole this time. I just want to make sure it's outfitted just the way I want it. Let's go ahead and go here. And... Okay, pyrotechnic, propulsion systems, and utility. Okay, so we got the Riger and the Focus. 3 surges, 2 surges in a Stampede, and 3 Rigers. Just the way I like it. And I want to see... And before we go too crazy, let me grab a store all. Put some stuff in that real quick. I want to have a store all in both. So let's go to container. Yeah, we'll put a couple of stampede modules in here, and let's go and roll with some surges as well. There's a surge right there. Yeah, let's go ahead and throw 6 of them in here. That way, if we run into something really juicy, we can take a couple of cracks at it. There we go. All right. And I have all this on in the backpack anyway. Throw a Sabir in here. And a Bormax. Just to have some extra gadgets on hand in case we need it. All right. Let's go ahead and grab our store all and get it the heck out of Dodge. Okay, let's grab it and get that one loaded up. While we're waiting on that, let's get the elevator down here. Take out our beautiful mold with pyrotechnic paint on it tonight. All right. There we go. Oh, that one just bounced right out. Love that. And while we're sitting here, I got some cruise locks on board. Let's take care of that real quick before we dehydrate our little man here. Yep, and that's got our stuff in it. Okay. Let's try over here instead. There we go. That's a little better. There we go. A little slow tonight. The verse is running a little bit slow tonight, folks. Throw that in the backpack. All right, let's get the helmet back on so we don't end up dying of exposure when we get out to our destination here. I can't remember how hot Pyro 1 is. I know they have a website that tells me everything I need to know. If it turns out it's too hot for us, I got a Pembroke that I brought along with me, so. And there's our beautiful mole, the yellow paint. Hopefully we don't run into anything here. All right, looking pretty good. Let's get our destination plugged in here. This is going to be a little bit further out. Not much, but... And off we go to Pyro 1. Been a while since I've been on Pyro 1, so I'm kind of excited to check it out here. Yeah, we have the upgraded A components on here, so this will be a nice short, easy trip out here. Beautiful, beautiful paint. And I think we'll do the same thing at Pyro 1 that we do everywhere else. We'll just head out to the North Pole orbital marker and then pick a spot and head down from there. Okay, Pyro 1. Don't know if I like the scenery as much, but we'll go check it out.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Okay, what do we got here? So many clouds out here on Pyro 1. So we shall go pick a spot, probably right about there, and we'll head on down. Okay, let's get the cruise control on here to stay at max velocity while we're descending down to the planet surface here. Give you guys a nice view. And off we go to Pyro 1. Loving it. And Pyro 1 is supposed to be a 5% chance on the quant. Let me go ahead and pull up the ore type calculator here for the data. Ore types by location. We'll take a look at what our chances are here. Styleron is 0. There's no reported. But we got a 5% chance of quantanium. 14 on Terranite, 13 on Bexalite, and 15 on gold. 7% out at R&B Kane. Might have to go check that out after this. All right, and there's our atmospheric friction. And we'll descend through the clouds here. And already we're getting a 21K return out from somewhere. And I'm just going to do a quick 360 here to see where that was. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. So 21 on that one and night. Okay, so that's definitely the one we want to go check out first. And another one out at 14. And what's this? All right, here we are on Pyro 1, where the weather don't look too great. And through the cloud layer we go. And here we are. All right, let's see what we got. What's our first set of rocks on Pyro 1 going to look like tonight, folks? Let's see here.
Mining mode on.
87,000 in gold. That is a big rock. Too big for us, I'm afraid. $43 in Terranite. That's not a bad rock right there. Look at that beautiful sunrise over there. Wow. But I think we're going to go try and find something different.
Mining mode off.
So let's get back into the quantum SCM mode here, the nav SCM. Give us a little bit more velocity. That is, I'm now remembering why I wasn't incredibly crazy about mining out here, is because it's not the mining that's really that bad. It's pretty good. It's the velocity. On Monox, you can achieve 300 meters per second in the nav SCM mode. But the best we're going to do here, full thrusters and everything, is 200 meters per second, maybe a little bit less than that. So you're not going to cover a ton of ground out here. But that is beautiful. Look at that. Okay, a couple of granite deposits. We'll start left to right here. Maybe not left to right. That one doesn't look very big. Pretty small, I might say. Let's check out these two right over here. Not hopeful on this set. Yeah, that's an 8100 mass rock, very small. Mixed in with a 35k gold. All right, let's see what else we got. Another 18,000 this direction. Not liking the scenery on Pyro 1 as much, I will say. So, we may spend about 10 more minutes here. Really not liking this gravity. Or the wind, one or the other. I don't like moving this slow when I'm trying to find stuff. But we'll give it a little bit more time here. 17k copper. No shortage of signatures for sure. And a 31,000 gold. Okay. Nothing really that interesting. And another 18k signature out. This, or is that 16? Looks like 16. We may hop over to someplace else here in just a minute. And what is this one over here? So we got a 12, and before I waste any time, and another 12. Okay. Great Prospector rocks, the majority of these. But just not anything I want to snack on tonight for sure. That's a 52k rock right there. Just not anything we're interested in mining tonight. $55,000 gold. So we got a 12,000 right there. I don't think I'm gonna go check that. There's another 12 right there. All right, I'm gonna park here for just a moment. And let's get it back into So Rab Cane, RMB Cane. Let's do a little belt mining. And that is a gravity well. So let's see if we can find something else. Okay, Monox, Bloom. So Pyro 5 is pretty much sucking on everything. 12% on Terranite though. Ignis, on the other hand, is looking okay. So let's give that a shot next. Been a while since I've been to Ignis. Not a fan of Pyro 1 though. All right, let's get the cruise control on, see if we can reach escape velocity here. And we'll head over to Ignis. So with Ignis, Ignis is looking pretty good on pretty much everything. Beautiful clouds. And we'll go to the North Pole outer orbital marker to get unobstructed here. And then we're off to Ignis. So 6% on quantanium with a score bonus of 1.4. Styleron. So it's got all the good stuff. 13% on Terranite. Not bad. And I'm going to crack open the advanced stats. I'm using regolith.rocks. Really nice site. Really well done here. Community involved site here where miners report what they find. So we'll hop over there. Got a nice fast quantum drive, so it won't be too much of a trip for us. Doing great on QT. overall in a pretty happy spot here. All right, there's Pyro 5. And let's hop on over. I've never been a fan of, man, too much of a fan of mining there either. Yeah, let's get some vertical thrust going so we can remove the obstruction here from our line. So we have a line of sight to Ignis here. And off to Ignis we go. All right. And I think there's OM1 right there, not even obstructed. Look at that.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
And we'll point. That is some beautiful looking scenery right there. We'll point over right there. Give you guys a nice external view of the mole here while we transit to our next destination. And we're running a water-cooled 9950X 3D with an RTX 5090 that's air-cooled. Links to all my components are in the video description on every video. So now we're headed down to Ignis. Let's see if we can find some decent rocks down here. Happy to have everybody on the stream tonight. We're doing a marathon stream. And yeah, I think we'll aim for right about there. And I'm going to switch up the playlist here while we're... All right. I'm ready to find some big rocks. Let's see what we can find here. Hopefully we can find a nice big quantanium rock tonight. Maybe some Styleron, however you want to pronounce it. Look at that beautiful mole. All right. And we are almost there. We should start seeing some atmospheric friction here in just a moment. That is a beautiful looking moon down here. Look at this. I love the colors. And look at that. Gorgeous. All right, we're going to slow it down here. That is quite the view right there. All right, let's throw out a scan and see what we can see. And right away we get 3. Okay, we got a 12 and a 12. 19, and what do we got over here? A 23. Well, wow, that is gorgeous out here. Look at this. That is amazing. All right, what's Ignis going to do for me tonight? Let's find out. We'll just go from front to back here. All right, what's Ignis going to give me tonight? What do you got for me, Ignis? That doesn't look so appetizing. It is beautiful here, though. I think I'm going to rate Ignis as number 2 next to Bloom in terms of how pretty it is. There's a 34K gold rock. I'm really interested in gold tonight. All right, let's move on to the next return after this one. Nothing incredibly interesting in this cluster of rocks here. All right. Got a 14. Boy, tons of signatures out here. 15. 11 and 15. So we'll stop by the 14 first. Can get plenty of speed going here. I didn't even realize I wasn't in nav mode because I was doing 200 meters a second. Wow. We can really make up some ground here. All right, let's see what this second set of rocks has for us tonight. That is a 40K gold rock. Yeah, we got to check the little ones now since we're... There is a possibility of finding some tier S stuff out here. All this is pretty tiny though. Nothing too exciting here. All right, last one. Okay, we're going to point back kind of towards the sun. And now that I know we can cover some ground, we're going to get some speed going here. Very nice. Oh my, look at that, a 43,940 signature. That is a monster. Either it's a ton of small ones or there's some big stuff in there. Let's go find out. Ay, ay, ay. That is a lot. Wow. All right, well, let's start left to right. So we got a mixture of stuff right here. Looks like a lot of small stuff here, but we'll scan it anyway. Yeah, this is a great prospector field. Okay, let's skip the rest of these quartzite and start moving on to this one right here. That one's pretty small too. So as I feared, a lot of small ones, tons of small ones. $18 and what else? Look at that, up to 400 meters a second. A little bit of thrust, and then you can just kind of coast in. Yeah, we can cover a ton of ground out here on Ignis. And we found a field that's not going to scan out for us. So we'll try the old trick of shooting the damn rock. See if that does anything for us. Not looking positive. Yeah, these are just not going to scan for us at all. So let's keep on. There's a 22.8. A 14, and what do we got over here? A 14. So we'll go check out the 22 first. Look at all those rocks. Lots and lots of rocks. Question is there anything worth mining in here? $22 and 10. 29 in Bexelite. Basically just looking at the big stuff here. $45 in gold. 26. So if our hunting for gold tonight, that would be a pretty good take home right there. And let's see, it popped up right next to it. Very small rock there. I have a feeling the rest of these are going to be the same. All right, so what do we got out here? We got a 19, a 15, 9, and 21. Look at all these signatures everywhere. No shortage of shit to scan on Ignis, that's for sure. Pardon my French.
Mining mode on.
$55,000 gold. Wow, that's a big one. We could bust that one if we wanted to, but I think we're going to pass on that one tonight. I'm looking for something special. Another 50,000 in gold. Ah, we'll take that one. I don't know if you guys saw what that one was, but let me go ahead and scan the rest of these real quick. And I'm going to go put a Bormax on that one on top of everything else. Let's see if there's 2 of those in here. That'd be cool. Tons of gold. And our first Stellaron rock of the night over here. Not big, but we're going to go pop it anyway. Why not? There she is, right? I believe this is the one, right? Nope. I was wrong. There she is. 45% too, so, you know. Let's get the gear down. Starting to like Ignis.
Landing gear down.
So we have ourselves a 70 SCU rock. It's not huge in mass, but it's half of it's Stellaron, so go throw a Bormax on this thing. Hopefully the cluster modifier works in our favor. And then I'm pretty sure I can just bust this one right from the Hofstad. I really don't want to get into a helix on this. And I'm going to take a bio break. I'll be right back with you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. All right, let's get a bore max on this little. On this little Stileron rock or Styleron. Would really love to find a big one of those. All right, let's see what we got here. So we're at wave accuracy at a 77% already. $95. We can roll with 95. All right. Back into the mole. Let's go crack a rock. This little Stileron rock is going to have more value to it than a much larger tier 1 material. So we want to be careful with this one. And let's see, the Hofstede on the left. So what we'll do is we'll go position the mole just where we want it, and we'll go pick up some material here. All right, and we're already 22 meters out, so I just need to nose up 15 degrees or so. 10 to 15. Oh, and I didn't mean to do that. Luckily, we got a tough ship. Let's try that again, shall we?
Systems activated. Systems on.
All right, let's pay attention now. It's not every day I bounce the mole off the planet. So let's see if the Hofstede will get the job done for us. I mean, it's a 10K rock, so it should, but we'll find out. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live in the verse. Yeah, we're going to get the power level all the way down on this thing. And we got a bore max on our Styleron rock here. And I do not want to inert this material. 45% 70 SCU, so roughly 25 SCU of Stileron or Styleron. Oh yeah. Very predictable. Easy peasy. All right. And I'm going to scoop everything, just so you guys know. We're going to take it all. Okay, let's get the power way down now. And even if, with the power all the way at the minimal, look at that. I'm really glad I didn't go too crazy here. So laser intensity is at 10%. 10 on this size 2 Hofstede, and look at what it's doing. So we're going to be super careful here. Real nice. Nice and easy. Gotta keep it in the optimal, but not too high. Right at the last minute too. That sucks.
Extraction mode on.
That was the server desync. That wasn't even me. I'd totally take credit if I screwed that up. But this stuff is so valuable, you just gotta scoop it all, you know? You don't want to get picky here. All right, let's try this again. All right. This is a 10. Shoot.
Extraction mode on.
All right, let's do some more scooping here. Get all that ore we can. Gonna end up with almost 30 SCU, I think. All right, real nice and easy. There we go. Give me a scan. Thank you very much. Not sure what that Bormax really did for me. Boy, this stuff is frisky though. Just jumps on you at the last second. All right, let's go ahead and pick all this up too next. All right, almost 30 SCU of Styleron. I'll take that. Yeah, we had to pick up a bunch of garbage, but I don't care. This stuff is so valuable. And we still have 30 SCUs left for whatever next rock we find. So let's go find something else. That's a good night. All right, let's head into the sun. So many returns, so many signatures out here. Look at this. Crazy. I mean, it makes me almost 23.4 and a 3600, so that'll be gems. 15. I mean, there's just so much out here. And you cover so much ground. Gotta throw the brakes on here. Holy schmoly.
Mining mode on.
'Makes you want to scan everything. $66,000 gold rock right there. That's a big one. All right, let's find another one. Because there sure as heck isn't any shortage. 10, 16. What do we got at 4 kilometers out and a 14? So we'll just make our way left to right here, right to left actually. The gravity here is a little strange. Looks like somebody's already been into these. $19K in Terranite, not really. Gonna say it felt like I wasn't coupled, and now I know why, because I wasn't coupled. Okay, we got 4 signatures over here. And now that we've been into the Styleron, now I'm not discounting anything. Even though technically I think we have a 1% chance. There's a 24K quantanium rock. I think we're going to take that one and call it. I'm not going to pass that up either. Starting to like Ignis. All right. All right, let's go ahead and bust the quantanium rock tonight. So we, on one run, we got a styleron and a quant. And we can do this one with the front mining head, no problem. 106 SCU, 21%. So let's do nose up here. We'll just bust this one from the front mining head. What I need to decide is if I'm going to go put so we got a severe resistance and instability. That's not what I'm really looking for. Yeah, let's just do what we can do here. All right, are you guys ready? Let's get it done. Pop open the Grape Rockstar 0, that is.
Systems on.
All right, let's get the power way down on this thing. And let's just move it up a little bit at a time. We're 10 meters out from this rock, so we should be able to pump plenty of power into it. Oh, we still have to bring it up to 75%. I'm a little surprised the optimal is so nice. Look at that. Look how nice that optimal is. Gorgeous. Yeah, this thing's gonna break nice and easy for us. Yep, look at that. I mean, just dropping the laser intensity down just a little bit and it pulls it right out of the optimal range. So we should have a nice and stable break here at 77%. Maybe. And then I talk smack and then it all of a sudden jumps up on me. So we'll bring it up to 75 and try and leave it in the 70s if we can. Hope I didn't forget to put the shields on. Probably did because I got so excited about our rock here. All right, well, we're gonna have to massage this one on the mouse a little bit to get it to bump for us. You really got to hold high optimal to get this one to crack. Okay, there she goes. Beautiful. Back to the Hofstad. And it was only a 25k mass quantanium rock, but that's all right. Between that and the Styleron, this is going to be a very lucrative run here for us. Very nice run. Beautiful sunset out here. Wow. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to make another run out here after this, guys. It's gonna be a record stream today. All right. Let's bust this one first since it's out here by itself. Oh my. All right, what do we got here? I don't want to pick any of this stuff up yet, obviously, but 56%, nice shard, beautiful shard, actually. 22. Beautiful. 8%. We're going to leave that one here. Leave that one here too. $39, we might take that one with us. We'll see. We'll see how the other breaks go. 27. And did we get this one in back here? Yeah, we did. 39, okay.
Extraction mode on.
100% titanium. 19% quantanium. We'll go and bust that one, see if we can get a nice shard out of that guy.
Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical.
Mods will follow it all the way through. Probably inerted some of it right there. That's okay. We don't have enough room to take all this anyway. Ooh, that's going to be... I was going to say, that one had a much nicer optimal than what it was showing me earlier. What's up with that?
Warning, power critical.
Okay. This one's next. Then we'll start scanning and...
Fracturing mode on.
So we'll just pick up the most choice shards here in a minute. And then we'll race back to checkmate. Okay, that one's next. Oh, we want to be super careful with that. All right, let's start our scan because I'm pretty sure we just inerted everything in that one. We'll just go left to right here and pick out the best ones. 30% will take it. And the countdown timer is officially starting on us now. Nope, don't want that one. I thought it said 60. Okay, where's our 40? Okay, let's see if we got something else in here that we don't have to bust. We're going to overcharge this and get it out of the way.
Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical. Warning, power critical.
Okay, let's see what's behind it.
Mode on.
Getting to be almost full here, so. Eight. We'll grab this 27 real quick. $22, we'll take it. And we'll just make sure there's nothing else worth scooping. Maybe we'll take the 14, why not, since we're almost full anyway, and we are. All right, we're out of here. So 30 in Styleron, 10 in Quantanium. That's going to be a nice little run for us. Nothing to complain about there. And look at that beautiful sunset out here on Ignis. Loving it. So that's what our breakdown is right here. 31 in Styleron, 11.56 in Quantanium. And let's go ahead and get Checkmate plugged back in here. Plenty of time to get home.
Shields up.
Yep, there we go. We'll go ahead and accelerate quickly. And back to Checkmate we go. That was a nice mining run. We're coming back to Ignis.
Engaged. Quantum fuel, 75%.
And as soon as we get back, we'll find out what Regulus is going to tell us about how much this little run was. With their work order calculator. But I can tell you 20 SCU of Styleron is 1.2 million. Just 20. Sorry, 692,000. So 32 SCU is 1.1 million. Hey, let's see how our countdown timer is doing. We're at 18. So 29 of that would be 1 million, and then quantanium, let's just say 10. So that's a $1.2 million sale at the, if we were to sell all that in Bloom. We actually take a hit for taking it back to Stanton, believe it or not. Still got 17 minutes left on the volatile cargo timer, so we're doing great. All right, let's try and get back to the station here. Quite a bit of traffic out here at Checkmate tonight, even in the European instance. All right, let's get our hangar here. Do we have a hangar? Oh, I see that. Got an estimated wait time. What is it? 4 o'clock in the morning out in Europe, 5 o'clock, and we're sitting here at a hangar. We're sitting here in a hangar queue. All right, let's pay attention to what we're doing here. Get off the cruise control. And our hangar's, I guess, going to be right on the other side, or is that it right there? That looks like that's probably it. Nice and easy. Slide the old mole in here. Okay, let's get repaired, refueled. Let's go hop out, get our ship stored, and get another refining job going here. And we'll go figure out what our refining job is going to look like, and I'll tell you guys exactly how much that little Styleron rock is going to make for us. Okay, here we go. So there's our and quantanium, and we'll not refine the rest of it. All right, so 2640 is what we're going to end up with here. Let me do the math on that real quick. All right. It looks like that's going to turn out to be okay. So 2640 is going to be about 933,000. Just the styleron by itself, and then 1003 on the quantanium is going to be 292,000. So that is a $1.292 million, roughly $1.2 million mining run right there. Not bad. Actually, why do I need to spend 50,000 on getting that done? Let's go back to well, I think we'll go ahead and just do that, because I would like him to be done with the rest of these. Definitely don't want to do that. Want to be a little bit faster than that though, so we'll go with that. Fair and exchange. There we go. All right. So nice $1.1 million mining run right there. Let's go ahead and sell off our garbage. That'll pay for the repairs and the fuel. Back to Ignis. And that, my friends, was a good mining run. I like those. Yeah, let's just make sure we have enough stuff on board here. So I got 3. I need a bore max just in case. There we go. And let's get our mole called up here.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. We are your visitors again.
There she is. And let's see if we can have another successful mining run here. And let's see if we got... Yeah, we got plenty of stuff with us, so we should be good here. So a little bit further than Monox, but not bad. And look at the wear and tear on the paint. Loving it. Just a little wear and tear here and there. Animus, glad to have you on the stream, my friend. Welcome. We're out in Pyro tonight. We're mining, having fun. Trying not to run into anything or anybody. And we're on the hunt for tier S materials tonight. Quantanium and Styleron. And having a great time doing it. So glad to have everybody on tonight. If you like the stream, give it a thumbs up, and if you guys don't mind, take a look at my content when you get a moment, and if you like it, subscribe to the channel. Also, if you don't play Star Citizen and you happen to and you're thinking about doing so, I have a referral code in the description of the video, and if you click on that link, it'll take you to the sign up page in Star Citizen, and you'll get 50,000 in credits. All right, almost to Pyro 5, and then we'll head off to Ignis from there, and we'll see if we can find some more good stuff here. But anyway, Animus, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you on, my friend. All right, we are almost there. It is a little bit further out here than it is to Monox, but that's all right. That planet looks hot. All right. I think we actually passed that moon on the way to Pyro 5. All right, let's look for that North Pole outer marker. That should be it right there. And it looks like we're not obstructed.
Quantum travel engaged.
All right, let's head on down.
Complete.
Beautiful colors. Look at that. Yeah, and I think we'll just head right. Actually, let's go right over here. A lot of you probably wonder why I don't choose just a quantum marker and do that. That's what everybody else does. So then you got to fly several hundred kilometers out from the quantum marker so that you don't run into anybody. And by the time you do all that, you can just go to the North Pole orbital marker, point towards a place on the planet, and your chances of running into anybody are pretty slim. So that's the way I like to roll. Okay, you're going to switch up the music here. And off we go. And let's see if we can find ourselves a really nice Styleron rock here. Or quantanium, I'll take either or. All right, and let's just head straight down right about, we'll mine in a little bit different. Hit the green and the purple here. That is very interesting how the terrain changes. Beautiful out here in Pyro. Just so much different. Oops, I done screwed up. I keep forgetting that camera angle doesn't work like that button anymore. And there's our atmospheric friction. Getting close. Beautiful, beautiful evening out here on Ignis. Look at that.
Shields on.
All right, we'll slow it down here so we don't smack into the planet. And already, so there's an 18, a 23, just to get the day started. All right, let's start with this one first. All right, what's Ignis going to give us on our second run? Let's find out. $71,000 gold deposit right there. Very nice. That's quite the rock, but that, my friends, is not what we're here for. Now I scan everything. Unless it's really small. Like that. Nice Bexelite rock right there. And what was up here on the hill? Okay, so we had a couple of more this direction. 1820, and there was an 18.4 right over here, 4 kilometers out. Let's go check that out. Oh, look how beautiful the scenery is here. Amazing. Every time I think I've seen the most beautiful part in the verse, I find someplace that's even prettier. And I know that you're more likely to find Styleron in certain deposit types, so I'm going to have to do some research on that and figure out which ones give me the highest chance. There's some Terranite. That's going to be really small. Don't even want to scan that. $32.22, not enough to call it a night and have to head all the way back for that. So we're going to skip that. Yeah, these are all pretty small rocks. Okay, an 8K out that way, an 1820 out that way. So we'll just keep heading into the sun here. The nice thing about Ignis is that you can get a lot of velocity going, even with your shields up. But we're going to put those down. Beautiful. Look at that. Gorgeous out here. Gems right there. There's a 20,020. So let's go investigate. Overshot that one just a little bit. All right. Nice big deposit field here. But smaller rocks, so did I see that right? 120? No, 12,850. Okay. I was going to say. All right, let's keep heading into the sun. See what we can see here. Got some gems ahead of us. Another beautiful day out on Ignis. We're looking for the good stuff. So let's see what we can see here. More gems. And we have a signature at 29,120. We'll go investigate. Probably going to be a lot of rocks. Yeah, it kind of looks like it from here. Oh yeah, there's a ton of rocks right there. All right, so we'll just work our way left to right here. A little bit bigger, 20K in size. Very small Bex rot. That's the bad thing about these large signatures is if they have a lot of rocks, they're all going to be small. All right, let's keep on looking here. So what do we got out this direction? 17,820, that's probably pretty decent, and 11. So we'll go check out the 17 over here. Got a field out here at 2 kilometers and another one out at 5. And you guys know what we're looking for. We're looking for the good stuff now. Nice big granite deposit right here. Oh yeah, look at all this out here. Wow. Tons of rocks out here. All right. Just don't have to do a lot of searching for deposits. They're just everywhere. Everywhere. Everywhere you look. That was going to be super small. Keep on going. Just following the line down here. Okay, let's point back into the sun. And what happened to my music? Let me go solve that problem real quick. All right. All right, let's see. I saw some come out this way. Yeah, we've already looked at those, so let's go look at this one next. And we'll just keep heading into the sun. I usually use that as a reference point, so I'm not going in circles and scanning the same signatures. $10K in Terranite. Nothing worth taking home yet. Okay, let's keep on trucking. All right, let's see what we got here. Got a field of quartzite deposits here. Fairly small rocks, it looks like. Let's just scan the big guys here first. Yeah, I have a feeling that's all going to be the same thing, so let's keep on trucking. I want that styleron or I want that quantanium. Where is it at? Let's travel for a bit here. Looks like gems over there. Really liking the fact that I can get some speed going on Ignis here when we're doing our initial scanning. Not being limited to 150 meters per second. Looks like we got a few rocks over here. Let's go check them out. What do we got? Let's see. Not much. Yeah, there's a quantanium rock, but I don't want to call it a night. $17K Terranite, 8K quantanium. Not a bad deposit, but not exactly what I'm looking for. All right, let's see what we can see here. What do we got? I wish these scans would go just a little bit faster. There's really nothing in this. These can be a little deceiving out here. And that was a signature with 21. All right, we're traveling at a cool 530 meters per second. Slowing down a little bit now. I'm assuming gems right there. Yep. Not a ton scanning out now. I heard it, but I didn't see it. Where was it? There we go. Once you get spoiled on Styleron, you just don't really want to mine anything else. That's the bad thing. Okay, 17K Terranite. More Terranite.
Mining mode off.
23.4 and a 17.550. So we'll go check those out and see what we can see here. I'm noticing on Ignis that these 23 tend to be a lot of small rocks, but maybe we'll get lucky here. That's a 36K laranite rock, so that's definitely not small. And that's a 48K terranite rock. That might be worth breaking. And a 24K terranite. That was a good find. But I'm going to skip it. Unless there's something much better in here. Yeah, that's a good rock cluster right there. A mix of bexelite and terranite and laranite. Let's go see what's over here. That's a big bexelite rock right there too. I'm getting tempted. All right. Ah, what did I just see? Ah, yes. That, my friends, is what we're looking for right there.
Landing gear down. Landing.
Look at the size of that monster. So we'll go stick a Bormax on that after we take a drink here. Recite or Ricksite, depending on how you pronounce it. That's another tier S component right there. So we'll go stick a mining gadget on that one for sure. Did I set? Yeah, I set down, right? You know, I better make sure. Been streaming a long time tonight. Want to make sure. Yep, we're on the ground. So that is a nice rock. We'll take that one home. Yeah, let's make sure we have a Bormax on us. Okay. Yep, we do. So we'll stick a Bormax on this monster. Yeah, let's see what kind of waveform accuracy we get here. 84% to start. That's a nice. %. We make it 100. I know, now I'm getting ridiculous, but okay. So we have a Bormax on a recite or a Rick site rock. Very valuable. That Styleron and quantanium, all very valuable. So this will make for a very nice. We'll just have to treat it with care here. And we can bust this one right from the front. So make it nice and easy for us. We'll use the Helix 2 with the 3 Ryger C3s on it. We'll get positioned just perfectly. And that is a very nice rock. So 25%, a lot of tin, but that's all right. Hopefully that Bormax will. Yeah, we're 24 meters out right now. All right, let's go climb into the Helix 2. And we should have no problem taking on a rock this size with this mining head, but we always have the 2 Stampedes and the Surge if we need them, so. All right, let's get the power all the way down.
Systems on. Weapons off.
And I'm not in the right SCM mode, so let's go fix that problem real quick. Ah, didn't mean to do that. Caught myself on the ladder though. That's good. That'll be a nice way to cap off the night is on this rock too. All right, let's get in the correct SCM mode. Anytime you climb into your mining head and the dang laser's not coming on, you're definitely not in the right mode. There we go. All right, are you guys ready for this? Say something in chat if you're ready.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
We're gonna have to really massage this one very carefully. We really don't want to inert a bunch of this material, so we need to take it nice and slow. Let the charge level come up nice and easy. Massage the laser like that right there.
Warning. Power critical. Warning. Power critical.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one.
Warning. Power critical.
This is gonna be a fun one. That optimal is real small on this one.
Warning. Power critical. Warning. Power critical.
A little bit of overcharge, but not bad.
Shields.
All right, let's go scoop up this whole rock. I'm taking the whole thing home. All of it. Climb into the Hofstad, and we'll just scoop this whole thing, all of it. Not one SCU of Rick site is going to get away tonight. Not one. So let's go scoop the whole thing. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're hitting the Styleron, the rig site tonight, quantanium, getting all the good stuff out there. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's get that laser intensity all the way down. Yeah, 2%. We'll do that one last. 6%. Yeah, we're going to scoop everything. Okay, we'll start with that one. I'm hoping my Bormax did a little better job than what I think it did, but I gotta tell you, the Bormaxes aren't what they used to be. Okay, let's get the party started on that one.
Attack on shields.
A lot of tin in this, I'm sure. That's okay. We're gonna grab it all. This stuff is just too valuable to not pick up even the lower quality.
Fracturing mode on.
Really glad I had my focus 3s on this one. Stuff is a little frisky. All right.
Extraction mode.
All right, let's just start scooping. As long as I see that rig site. Counter going up, like not on that one, but on this one I do very slowly. We're gonna get it. That's gonna be a fun one, so we'll get that one in a minute. Only even 1%. Wow. So let's not mess with that one just yet. 25%. Okay. Look at that. Laser power is only at 70% and that energy level's climbing up like that. This stuff is just very interesting. Got to be on your toes here. Don't want to inert this stuff at all. Too valuable. Nice and easy. Take it easy. Taking our time here. All right. Start scooping. That was a good shard of brick site right there. Okay, let's keep scooping here. Not gonna take that one. I'm not getting anything out of that one. Okay. 2%. %. Okay, let's we're gonna smack this one right here next. Yeah, okay, let's have some fun with this one real quick. Ay, ay, ay. Look at that laser. Look at that charge go up like that. But basically just 10% on the 12% on the Hofstad. Oof, close. We'll just ride this out at 14. Maybe 16? Yeah. Of course, right at the last second.
Attack on shields. Extraction mode on.
So we'll get about 20 SCU out of this thing, maybe. That was a nice 82% shard right there. And there's another nice big shard right there. Let's go ahead and let's bust this one too. Nice. Look at that charge level go up. Wow. What happened to the rest of it? Okay, this one's next. Even though it's only 2%, maybe there's something underneath it. Not a lot of Rixite in that one because we're putting a lot of laser intensity into this stuff and it's moving very slowly. All right. Oh, doesn't look like anything underneath, so. Yeah, we're going to take the 2% shard. You saw it. One percent, 1%. Give me something a little better than 1%. 2.57 with a Bormax. Sheesh. All right, so 4, 5, 3. All right, well, we'll scoop what we can scoop until we can't scoop anymore. And that is it. So we ended up with 23 SCU of Rixite. And that is the perfect way to cap off the night. So let's go back and see what we can see here. There's all sorts of valuable stuff down here. Probably going to be spending a lot more time on Ignis from now on. Had a $1.2 million run with had a mixture of quantanium and styleron. That was a $1.2 million run right there. And then this one's going to be pretty lucrative as well. I don't know if it'll be as valuable, but we'll find out. 23 SCU of Rixite on board. And what a beautiful sunset. Look at that. Pulling 144 FPS out here on this gaming box of mine. GPU's only running at 55%. That's incredible. And back to checkmate we go. That was a very nice mining run, guys. Overall, pretty happy with that. You know what else I'm happy with? I'm happy with the stream quality too. Looks like the, just based on what I'm seeing on YouTube, it looks like the visual quality is pretty darn good for a streaming session. So let's do a mining thing here. So, and this is just a guess based on just overall SCUs, but let's go to Regolith while we're in flight here. Put you guys on the okay. And let's get rid of that, and that. Okay. So let's do that, and let's just price out just raw 23 SCU of Rixite. So 563K. Not bad. Take quite a penalty for selling this stuff though, and in Pyro they want you to take it back to definitely not as valuable as Styleron, but still not bad. Yeah, still not bad. So that'll be a $500,000 run. All right, let's get you guys back on the the market must be flooded with that right now, which is why the value is not that great or as great. All right, we are almost home. Okay, off we go. So much traffic out here. Super busy out here at Checkmate. Okay, we're in a hangar queue, folks. So we'll just hang out here. Try and give you guys a decent view. And we're going to choose something a little different on the music here. There we go. Is that my engine? Nope, it just says scrap. Okay, that's actually a store all. Okay, where are we at in the queue here? And we're on the European server. It's not like we're on the USA server right now. All right, we got a hangar yet? Not quite. And if you're just joining us, we're waiting on a hangar. There we go. Okay, very nice and easy here.
Systems
Oh, I love it when that happens.
Systems
All right.
activating. Systems on. Landing gear down.
Very nice. So that's going to be the last mining run I'm making tonight, guys. Been on it since 5 o'clock, roughly. Doing a marathon stream session here. So I want to thank everybody for joining me. You can hang out with me if you want to see what the yield's going to be here.
Landing. Systems off.
Yeah, we'll get things refueled and repaired. Yeah, let's go take a look at what kind of yield we're going to see on this. All right, let's get the mole stored for the night here. Beautiful.
Welcome to the
All right.
vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle will exhibit again.
Really wish they'd fix the Atlas. I would like to do some more space trucking, but I really don't want to use the max lift for all the work. All right, let's see. Refinery deck here. And off we go. So a couple million in mining tonight on our session. Not bad. Can't complain. But if you're in a mole, that's what you should be doing on a 4 or 5 hour session easily, if not more. All right. Okay, so 2018 on Fair and Exchange. Let me play around with that a little bit. I don't know if I like. So at that yield, that's 514,000. See if we can get a little bit more. We take our time here. Nope, it's going to be the same. So we'll confirm that. So we got a bunch of work orders in progress here. 3623 on Terranite. We'll just go through this real quick. 3623 on Terranite here. That is 356,000. That work order. Then we have 3944 on Bexelite. That's 287,000. We've already completed that one, so we didn't do that one tonight. Then we have 2640 on Styleron. And that is 933,000. And then 2018 on Rick site. which is an additional 514,000. So if you do the math, that is roughly 2 million tonight on our session. So not terrible. And then of course we have an additional 2441 in quantanium. Which is an additional 663,700. So that's and a little bit more Bexlite. So we'll just call it 700,000 even. So 2.7 million in work orders here waiting. So not a bad evening overall. So, and that is a monster. That is a monster streaming session tonight. So I want to thank everybody for coming. I really appreciate you being here. Glad everybody was on mining with me tonight. Love the participation in chat from you guys. Let me know in the comments what the streaming quality was like for you. Audio, video, all of it. I'd like to know how things look for you. And I'm going to go back and review the stream myself. But I want to thank everybody for coming on tonight. If you like my stream, please hit that like button. And if you like my content, please consider subscribing. I'd really appreciate it. And hit that bell for notifications. Tomorrow I'm going to upload another 2 million ore sale that I just did day before yesterday at the TDC out in Area 18. So you guys will expect to see that post tomorrow and or maybe Monday. And in the meantime, I want to wish all of you a good night. And I want to thank you for being with me this evening. So have a great night, everybody. And we'll see you out there in the verse very soon.